Whoa, sorry about that. I got a little bit distracted there. Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to the Ace Attorney, the shit that's about to go off the fucking rails. Last stream, yesterday's stream, we managed to name a gentleman. Egbert Benedict. Benedict? That was his name? Yeah, now, yeah, it's time to interrogate the potential JoJo character and find out what his real name is. And this shit's gonna go off the rails, man. I've been asking myself, what the fuck? Are they giving me so much, like, extra information? Like, what happened? What's going on? Where is this going? Why are you giving me this information? And now it's starting to make a little more sense, and I'm starting to wonder if it's linked to what Cosm was talking about. Like, what was his mission or something? 17th April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, Gina, how you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards your frequent cold shoulders now. How do you feel? Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go all to this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this, the photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? It doesn't prove a damn thing. All this shows that you're holding a gun. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. That poor pout. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Reno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright, then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped out and went down to the street to the 2-to-1, to Windabank's place. I had to know. If Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in that Sholmes in it that Sholmes don't like. Something we don't want, or something he don't want people to read in. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in man, today it's hard to read her shit. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in Lug with Windabank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windabank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you'd like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did, and next thing I knew... I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. Damn, Windabank was just super chill about it. The manuscript, have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around with you. Man, Windabank is a bro, dude. He's so kind. Ah, why do you have to die? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skullfinger brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. Ooh. So I was right that he did give the gun over to, Windabank. And with that, he took the gun out in me hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storm, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. Started to think I should help. See? So I was just about to go out the store myself when... 2 shots. Okay. I heard a couple shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there it was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever shot Mr. Windibank might come for you? Yeah, so I went and grabbed the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windibank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I remember nothing. So she fainted then from... pretty much passed out, yeah. But then that must be when you passed out, Gina. Oh boy, if I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Jenny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Rena's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove what was there in the afternoon? That Egbert Benedict? Still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. And we're about to find out some deep shit if I'm thinking this is what I think it goes to. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Reno's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Odo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh? I did what I thought was best at the time. The pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook just for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in the trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it was me who'd done it. Oh, Bruno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. You don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar? You're not like McGilded, I know that. Eh? That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Iris! We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, Defendant Lena Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course, thank you. Oh man, she was already starting to cry, dude. I actually started to hit me too. God damn it. Why does everything make me emotional? You're not crying. I'm crying. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, though I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Suzato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Okay, I need a drink from my purple drink. I wasn't kidding about the purple drink, by the way. I do actually have a purple drink. Old Bailey Courtroom! I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Ms. Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Oof. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood of the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. Ouch. A big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him into the stand without delay. Mr. Egbert Benedict. Didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. Man, why is that so hard to say? Such short notice. Such short notice. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of the London Society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Well, now we know a name, but is that actually his name? Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Alright, Jojo man, what do we do? Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Oh, God. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. The accusation. Where's it gonna go? Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scar-mouthed detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Yeah, I wish I could keep using it, though, but I'm pretty sure if I try to use it, I'm not allowed to. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury. Our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Oh, by golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. It does not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Ria Nasuki Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchante. I don't know what that means. So! What? Why'd you catch that, Ryu? I trust we can conclude this quickly. Ugh. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Can I hold it? Good, I got my lives back.
Hold it!
Let's start pressing then. What do we got? Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. Uh-oh. I'm gonna start getting Von Karmad here. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious! Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's gonna be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. I'm worried about pressing too much now. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say. Oh, this is gonna be tough, isn't it? He's not gonna pop anything out. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? This is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene... The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. God damn it. I am getting Von Karman'd with this one. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. And he's JoJo posing now. A silent victory wiggle, thanks. Oh, this is bad. This is bad, dude. This is bad. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Shom's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. The problem is we can't use it. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. They weren't hurt, though. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Shom's chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples. Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Shom's character, anyway? Oh, I assume all Londoners would know the name. He's a a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Tisk. Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Huh? What the heck? Why are you responding to that?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Whoa, what? Me? No, Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. What car blimey, Governor? You what? It is not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, or is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? You what, mate? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms around like that, much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where you took a bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago, and it couldn't be healed up. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, L's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from that height of the bullet in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain? No, I refuse. Oh, fuck this man. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit such invasion of my privacy. This motherfucker just pulled I plead the fifth. But for his arm. Or no, not plead the fifth, I'm sorry. A statute that says he's not allowed to release any information that would otherwise find him guilty. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. He doesn't realize he just walked himself into a fucking trap right there. I'm gonna press that just in case there's extra info that comes out of it. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Alright then. I knew there was something extra. I had a feeling, at least. You have something to add, Inspector. Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Well, yes. I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. Huh? I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. You have got to be kidding me right now. What? But you must! I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Greg C. showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windobanks. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. I don't fucking believe this right now. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? There's no fucking way he's involved. I thought that maybe he was actually just there because he was trying to, like you said, keep the other two fellows on the straight and narrow. Is he really involved then? Excuse me. That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from the witness's lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windobanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information can become a valuable weapon. I'm kind of annoyed, actually, that, why wasn't I able to skip this? It's kind of annoying that Gregson is defending, what seems like he's defending Mr. Graydon. Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Herlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. Oh no, I can't think how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Jesus. Quite. Now, As you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. Okay, well, let's take a look at here. Is it this ticket that I'm looking at? What does it say again? He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had on hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. It's not that one. Is it this one? You know, we never did actually find out what was in that we never actually found, what is it called? The box for this one. Anyway, this is all I can present right now. What? That's not it? That's interesting. How is that not it? How is that not it? Okay, let's think of some more then. Why is my brain saying it's like that? You have the actual thing that got blood on it. Yeah, it's this. This is like, wait a minute. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windabank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Ms. Lena Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must! Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there a crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. I wonder about that one. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. That does ring something interesting. Why would he need to break into the shop? Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who went up in flames? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Oh, he's admitting to that. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in the courtroom, my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in the pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying, though he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer, such as myself, commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the Music Box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads for McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at the Gentleman's Club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So, the disc in question. That's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in your pocket of your overcoat that you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's gonna expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Oh god, I just realized that there's a bit of an issue now because we have this. Oh boy, okay. We're just have to see where that goes. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag. That's right, despite being mindful of danger and walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl was a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Ah, he can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Do we really have nothing, though?
Hold it!
I feel like we don't have anything except for the tickets. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Well, Gregson, what do you got to say, buddy? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Gray had made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Well, let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago, a man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out when we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. What is going on?
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh? A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelf was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There's no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. You know, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it, that witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. Police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregson's been being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. The only thing I have at this point is this stupid box ticket, but like, is that really the only thing? I have nothing that tells me like what it is. One small box, 10 shillings, where it's deposited on the 13th of February. It doesn't like have a name or anything. That's like the only thing that makes any sense. Then there's also the coat ticket. But the coat, we know the coat is At this point, it's gone. It's a done deal. I'm gonna throw the ticket at him.
Objection!
I was right. Okay. The disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGildick's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend. But that's not true. What? Mr. McGilden had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Oh. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilden at Windibanks Pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. Rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? Great, and are you Vegeta now? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. Well, that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed a small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Vanzeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibanks Pawnbrokery. And rest assured the prosecution can prove it. I mean, I hope you can. Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective security cameras. I was waiting to see when they were going to show us the other prints that were from the other camera. Ah, heard these red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on the 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is the print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then we have another print. Oh, please, don't tell me you can't see it. Give me those prints. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. How can you not see it, dude? How do you not see it? They moved the music box. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one of the possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. We counted every single item on each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box... I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Reno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. Yeah, well, even without me looking at the thingy, I can see that the music box changed. What? Music box? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? I do want to point out a discrepancy, but I'm not going to use evidence for that. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy in which you speak. That, right there.
Take that!
That's the, obviously the discrepancy is here.
Objection!
I must thank my learned friend. His answer has clarified the situation greatly. There is indeed a discrepancy here between our respective powers of reasoning. Huh? Let me guess. My powers of reasoning come up short. What? Do something real quick. I'm gonna do something that's odd because it's not letting me do something here. I'm gonna take a picture of, what is it? A push screenshot of this. Open that there. I'm gonna take another screenshot of this. Because I see it! I see that it's the stupid, this stupid thing, and this stupid thing over here. Oh, I was wrong. You know why I was wrong? I didn't realize it at first, but I was looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, it's the box at the bottom corner. As soon as I looked at the first picture, I'm like, wait a minute. I just noticed that this is moved. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong thing. It's my bad. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? Man, why is Gregson pissed? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically... Nice box. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable! I'm holding the stupid stereoscope. And the cross-eyed judge. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes, the very same box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? Though a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like wait, bleh. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes a lot to me, because if they grabbed if they were checking the boxes, they knew they were looking for a box. So they had a reason to come in and steal something, and they had a reason to be in this shop at that point. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that it was that was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider that what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at window banks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once, obtain the small box in question, and bring it back here for further examination. Man, where is this? Is interesting. Where's it going now? We're starting to creep up into the McGilded case. We should have a report within a half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nepalese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established that he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbroker, I'm quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. But that's a problem, because if we do that, we're throwing Gina right under the bus. Not even just throwing her under the bus, we're throwing her straight into that bus. To explain what possible significance this commonplace article pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Reno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant even if we don't know why. Aha, what's going on here? Just some Ace Attorney shenanigans, where it's getting more and more... We're getting deeper and deeper into the hole of whatever the fuck this case is. How you doing, Balin? But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny... Could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? What happened with the fat guy? He finally pulled the trigger, or did you stop him somehow? Oh, he was murdered. Got shot in the back, shot through the heart and died. Hi, Zarek. How you doing? Nice morning. I don't know what I'm gonna do, because I'm thinking back to case 5, right? I'm thinking back to case 5, Ace Attorney 1, where a question was thrown at me. Do you have a piece of conclusive evidence that you're hiding? And the correct answer for that was no, I don't have a piece of evidence that I can show at this time. So I'm like, is it the same situation here? Shit! Having her testify means she's gonna be pinned down for perjury. I don't like that idea, but it's not murder. Make her testify? I don't want to make her testify. That's what I'm afraid of her doing. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information related to them. Most people would just choose leave it. Yeah, I was thinking leave it, but I want to see where this goes. I want to see how fucked we are. Miss Lestrade has information related to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. We in this roller coaster now? Oh yeah, we're going full speed ahead, 100 mile per hour. 200 mile per hour. Space, we're ready to break the fucking atmosphere. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. And I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. Relativistic speed is no longer off limits, you say? Pretty much! We're going straight into the fucking sun. The articles that Mr. McGildet had deposited in Windabank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which we heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGildet. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponi's friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGildet. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGildet died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. He was burned fucking alive. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Damn. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. Okay, I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGildet's pawn articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. I can't pronounce that word, man. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it, then. Everything's gonna come out. Excuse me. Like Van Zeek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. It wasn't a good call, though. Wait, Bomb. Every person, when they do this, they say leave it? Is that what they do? Truth is, that brickmaker code was in the cabin on the of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from Ed, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGildet slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Well, it came out. The worst best thing is that the prosecutor is right. I mean, if she lied before, she is not very credible, isn't she? Oh no, we're screwed with her. She's gonna get hit with perjury. Good grief, this is outrageous! What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? That McGilded fellow was robbed to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that the lawyer from the east, they were all in it on together. You're wrong, the lot of y'all. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, didn't know nothing about it. Humbug! I don't think so. I really expected to believe that. He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Fanzeeks is happy with this. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. We're losing our license. That's what's gonna happen. We're losing our license.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Wait, stop. Don't proceed? Huh? Anyway, look around. Well, I was wondering. Whoa.
Excuse me.
Hey, what are you guys doing? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is this discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after you deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? What is going on, man? This has been... Everything has been going off the fucking rails with everything that's going on. Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please. I missed a lot of dialogue right there, so let me go through that one. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. Now, who needs rails anyway? Yeah, who needs rails? We're off. All we need to do is pray that we're going 88 miles per hour when we go back in time. Pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was a bloomin' loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilda picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with a knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared the way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was, where I lived and that. Asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was the kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over me and the head of the people above. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses, and McGilda got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear that they were entirely unrelated to the incident. Well, that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. I didn't even remember his name, so thanks for remembering that for me. What did McGilda and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly. That's when McGilda slipped up the driver some tin, due to some running around. That pawn shop obviously being Mr. Windabank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than what Mr. Bank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbing with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed some brass in his face and went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said, which was, he told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in luck, stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What Mr. McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the copper showed up. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, Cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited, why shouldn't have I got them? Anyway, can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Think it ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Oh, great. Now we get to find out what's in the box. They make a really good anime out of this game. Well, there isn't one or isn't one yet. There is an anime, but for, like, the first 3 games, I want to say. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's the key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Now, I wonder if the decision about Gina testifying was good or not. Oh, wow, we're in the next bit. I'm putting it in save slot 2, by the way. And I might want to go back to that decision. Okay, where is this gonna fucking go, dude? I don't know where this is gonna go now. To me, it looks like a music box. So this is the article in question, is it? This small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open and see what's inside. What is that? Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. Also, that decision led to the same thing. Did it? It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windibanks that much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? The only way to find out is to really listen to it. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. What the fuck? Gregson, why? Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. What are you hiding, dude? This disc may very well have been motivated the culprit, in this case, to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. What is he doing, dude? What is Gregson doing? No further delays, please. Play the disc. Is that Morse code? Short, long. Sounds like Morse code, doesn't it? A little bit. It's just singular notes? What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Why are you laughing, Graydon? Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent to fetch it did drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on! Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It has to be, there's no other way. We have communications officers, for God's sakes, talking about Morse code. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Counselor, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Yeah, it sounds like Morse code. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean that the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making the deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponi's friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is, yet. Runo. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Gotta have nice to have a 10-year-old who knows what they're doing. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance and isn't musical. Ah. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponi's friend represents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. Well, you're joining dots, but I don't even know what dot you're trying to join with it. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sound this music box is... Do I even have... I don't have something that would show that. Oh, wait, hold on. I do have something. Wait, that's a stretch, isn't it? That seems like a stretch. Autopsy report, crime scene, gun, Gina, post-shooting, stereoscope, music box stick, Shome's pouch, third bullet, armband, pawnbroker's ticket, representation papers ticket, blood samples, manuscript, McGilda's notes, the paper. It's the paper. I can't think of anything else that makes any fucking sense at this point.
Take that!
Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down, Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas by for Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. It has to be something about the familiar sound, right? Because they mentioned it for a reason. Oh yeah, it's definitely Morse code. But I was like, what the hell evidence do I have that links to Morse code? The newspaper. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code? But I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking in telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the Music Box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? I am, at this point now. Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council! Deserving of capital punishment! Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is this capital punishment? The sort of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nation would certainly pay almost any price. And we've just been playing it to everyone in the court. Yep. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. The culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So you just revealed secret information to the world just to prove a point. Well done! Well, we're gonna get our comeuppance sooner or later. So, in response to the defense's accusations, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. Is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Well, people have been spilling military secrets to prove a point on the War Thunder forums. Yes. How many different aircraft are going to get leaked on that forum? How many different tanks have been leaked on that forum? Seriously, how does that happen? I read about that. It's like every other week they leaked another highly classified aircraft, the War Thunder. I'm like, how does the US government not give a shit? So then, let us proceed. You may... Gregson, what? You gotta why, Skulkin Brothers? You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulton. We ain't bad as enough to sell out our own motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. This is gonna be so fucking ridiculous. They really want them to add this jet with accurate numbers. It's really important. It's Waluigi and Wario. It really is. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with the Gilded anyway, was it not? And I have no relation to the man. Look, all we've done is break into the gap the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known that there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. Ado, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime, that on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally, and moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did! Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It's supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Oh my fucking god, dude. This is amazing. This is amazing. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusation. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it is, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. This strange music box only appears to play a single tone, deposited into window banks 2 days before the black overcoat. This is so stupid, fucking dumb. Okay, let's look at this thing. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to a comb with the teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Is it the same dialogue? See how the Formic Gilded disc sits in the music box? See how the Formic Gilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited it with, at Windobanks? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. There's no question then the disc was designed to be played in this music box, and yet Hurley decided to spend a bunch of money. Yet despite that, the sound it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. That's why I'm looking at it. Oh? Is that a button? Oh! What is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right! Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then. Here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you consider another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would play back to back at the same time. That's an issue now, isn't it? Who would have thought that there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. The notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. We don't have another disc, though. I don't know, I went to sleep like a half hour ago. Now I'm sitting here laughing my ass off to just some anime-ass Waluigi idiots who have no clue what they're getting themselves into. I love my life. Nice, I'm back and I got lasagna. I feel envy. I would feel envy for lasagna. No, seriously though, I don't have another music box disc. I only have the one. Is there another? I don't have one. I just don't have anything for that. Oh boy. So we need to have another music disc then, right? Is that what we're saying? Yeah, no, Balin, this entire like series of Ace Attorney is great on the comedy. It's real good. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. Turn number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. Oh, man. Hey, Yoshi, long time no see, man. How you doing? I see you in Discord, and I saw your notes pop up saying how, like, something broke or something. Did you get that fixed up? Yeah, Zarek, I had a good meal, too. I had it last night. It was a cheeseburger. Because I was craving a burger. And fries. My mouse broke. Did you get that, did you get a replacement yet, then? See, I pay attention to people on my Discord. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. I'm using another one while I wait my warranty replacement. Ah, what kind of mouse do you have? Oops, that means to skip that one.
Hold it!
Glad you remembered that. Hey, like I said, I remember stuff. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to what that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. I don't understand Morse code. Crusader Knight Sword, it's incredibly nice. Meanwhile, I'm over here with, like, a Logitech mouse. I don't even know what it's called. I'd have to look at the software of it. Ouch, she looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining these two in different ways, you construct letters. You see. For example, this is A. And this is B. I can't believe I'm getting a lesson in Morse code right now. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The derivative has the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. I got beat there, but that's because I don't have a second music disc. Chicken pot pie is delicious. Make sure you learn. You'll have to decipher the music box. What? I'm not ready to fucking learn Morse code. I'm not Markiplier. Markiplier knows fucking Morse code, no problem. I never had an opportunity to take the time to learn Morse code. So it is hot in my room. I'm laughing too much. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. There still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back? It's impossible right now. I don't have anything. If I had a second music disc, I could do it, but I don't. So I have to say it's impossible right now. The defense will concede that the music box is irrelevant, for the time being. For the time being? Such optimism. Too debonair to admit defeat, are we? Ugh, those gesticulations are really starting to grate. It can't be Morse code unless it has two distinct tones. Perhaps I should examine that music box in a little more detail. Wait, do you want me to go back to pressing this one then?
Hold it!
I can try. The funny thing is, it would also be a tap code if they wish to be. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Japanese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret message into the Morse code? Now, I didn't think about doing that. Oh, I have to go through that dialogue again? Bam, 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 bam. Long pauses and short pauses, it can be done, basically. I want to learn Morse code now, just because I think it'd be a nice skill to have. Got it! Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you could put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both were played back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. But we're still missing a fucking second disc. With a second disc in place, the music box can be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke! I'm sorry? Not very practical in current world, more like a cool skill to show off in front of your friends. That's why I want it. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it! Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilden anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. We'll find that link eventually. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilden killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to a meeting with McGilden and negotiate a deal. Nice conjecture, but not gonna work. Why is this child more smart than most of the people in the room? I don't know, but she does have an extraordinary young girl who lives with Mr. Sholmes. She has a degree in medicine and is the author of a popular series of short stories published in a prominent magazine. And she's only 10 years old. So it's probably because of that. Child genius over there. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan's quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. How the fuck would I ever find that, though? If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Inventor, doctor, writer, prodigy. Just the fact that she has a degree with a 10-year-old is what the fuck situation. Yeah, well, it makes me feel like a dumb cow.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Eh? Ash? 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 Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all of them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Yeah, why they call him Ash? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who? Me? Also, so it is clear, I wasn't really talking about her. She's smart, good for her. I was mostly trash talking the adults here. Yeah, trash talk them all you like. They're dumb. Except for Sholmes. Sholmes is dumb in his own special way. But he also solves crime, so. When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. And when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Oh, is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Gore blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Egg and these guys are childhood friends. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Main character and this prosecutor, they are smart too, but the rest are insane. The prosecutor scares me the most because he's got some good counters. Counselor, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? I want it added, please. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Gore, them were the days. Gotta hear more about that. I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The name. Why the name? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you'd have worked that one out. That says... Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... They weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. Ooh. She took the name Graydon, then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. That used to be your surname, did it? Of course not! This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. You really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ah! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. And information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Telegraph operator at Central Communication Station, whose last name was once Milverton years ago. It's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. Milverton. Are they getting those fruits out of their asses or what? Who knows? All I know is that every time they eat those fruits, I'm like, I want a pear and I want an apple. All of a sudden, we seem to be up on our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. I should check your evidence. I'm going to start checking the evidence right now because I'm concerned about what I have and don't have. Hi. So there is a link. Mason Milverton. Wait, Mason Milverton was his dad? Or a brother or something? Unfortunately for you, you have a link now.
Objection.
I now realize that this entire game is one big Dawkins moment. Show me the evidence, show me the evidence. It really is. But I love it for it. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord, and as we all know, the victim, the man we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Oh, man. Dangon is a little less about that and more figuring out what happened with what they know and what happened, with what they know of what happened. That's why I can't wait to get to Danganronpa as well. I can never pronounce that name right, though. Grr. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. This is crazy, dude. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. Also, the main character is just slightly smarter, but also everybody else is even smarter than him. Main character of Dangon is slightly smarter than Ace Attorney main character, I mean. Okay, so the guy is a spy or something like that. He might be a spy, but also I can't, like I said, Zarek, I can't wait to get to that game. It might be after, once I finish the Ace Attorney, this Ace Attorney, and then I finish the second Ace Attorney, I might jump straight into Dangon. I hope, did they pronounce the name in the game, by the way, because I can't pronounce it. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in the pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera. Indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime at Windibank's pawnbrokery. This guy fucked up even harder, dude. Wait, I'm black and white. Am I an antagonist? You can't call me an antagonist. Can't do it. He's kind of an antagonist, bro. I'm appalled that you think I'm an antagonist. Look, I'm a flying cow, for God's sake. There ain't no flying cows anywhere else in the world. Except for me! Falky's an antagonist on his own streams. Yeah, don't speak about Dangon spoilers, please. I would like to be able to at least play the game by myself at some point. Well, myself at some point. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shome's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Oh, he's admitting to it now. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Wow. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Still dances without wound. As God is my witness, I am sure I recall nothing of the sort. Not gonna go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shom's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to the one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun. Waluigi and Wario are my spirit animals now. I do like how they're like telling him, look man, it's over. Just give up. It's done. The best thing is that those 2 idiots still think they're here for some kind of show or something. They're completely clueless. Yeah. I hope they get off a little bit more scot-free, but they did shoot Shom, so they got their own shit to worry about. Which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Grr. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank that night is you!
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? That possibility that if I were there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see... This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Oh. Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what? Oh, for fuck's sake, man. He's really trying to go all out now. Order. Order, order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Hi, Zoe. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. He's just spitting shit out of his mouth at this point. Yeah, he's not going down. Damon Gant didn't go down even at the last moment. We had to literally pop evidence law on him to show that it was, the way to go. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Except maybe a fucking slap to the face. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. You dumbass. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! 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 It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. Ah yes, Comfy Streamer's back. Hi, Nemi. How you doing? Long time no see, Nemi. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Gregson, you can shut the fuck up. I don't trust you at all now. Hammond shot me in the arm. The pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? Her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. That's the thing, it can be, but here's the other problem too. Would they accept our colors? Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. Tired? Go to sleep, Nemi. Even though I think he'll probably fall asleep in 2 minutes. What about the witness's credibility? He didn't say the same thing before. Yeah, no, he doesn't have very much credibility at this time. So we'll see. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas that are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Jane's coat. If they tested for their chemicals... Oh, hell, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. I didn't forget, you dumbass. But it's only on McGilded's coat, that's the thing. Don't move, Ginny, I'm gonna shoot. Pop! Pink. And we also found out it was purple, which we found out that purple was linked to Mason's blood. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. I feel like I can just skip the pressing, though. That's the interesting part. Huh, wait a minute. I don't have a picture of that, do I? Yeah, here we go. She was holding it.
Objection!
What? No, it's not? Okay, that's odd, annoying. And really annoying, actually, because it literally is, that's a lie right there. She did not throw the gun out the hole.
Hold it!
Alright, I guess we'll press then. No choice. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence, says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruh, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled the gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You better not be hiding my fucking burrito. What do you mean, Matt? You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And that bullet went on to strike the counter in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Oh, no. I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled the gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way, and then he scarpered through the door out back. At which point, what did you do? Yo, did you steal my burrito? No?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in about head height that lets you see what's going on in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through the peephole as well? No, not likely, Glove. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt those 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. The Skolker brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. Hey Matt, you ever played this game before? The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
Alright, you forced my hand. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windabank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection.
No, it's not possible because we see the picture that it's Windabank's gun. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, and then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And then it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I heard all of the Ace Attorney games, haven't touched this one yet. Really? You should. It's good. Good so far, at least. I like it.
Hold it!
All over her? Ooh. Oh god. Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. What with the coat being such a dark color. My cat is blocking my way, I can't see. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windabank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mays and Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. Zoe helping the killer. She is. It's so annoying. If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical analysis. We could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Oh, there. Yeah, I'm in a bad spot with this one. I don't know what to do with this one. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole into the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? A reasonable person thing, it doesn't make any sense. Sir, you're bleeding. Why are you bleeding? He's bleeding because he got shot. I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So many dumb things, though. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left it clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute Ear told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mom sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you? What in the fucking shit is happening? What is... Gregson, what are you doing, man? What is happening here?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him? He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rags sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Gore blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. The Inspector and Waluigi are fighting! That was strange. The Inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what you say to him, what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Oh, anyway, that was definitely out of character. I have not trusted Gregson at all since the start of this case. Since he's been here in this case. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. On the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. I don't have a choice in this matter. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it appeared that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! See? What did that tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. You're not gonna let me do it, though. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponi's friend? Sorry. 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a ball of disgrace. Treacheries, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help answer that. Help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done! But we used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out the starving boy, Perushki? And he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's overcoat was spattered with blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known the fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Bomb, do you want to know something? That trash-talking Sholmes line, I had to approve it to get it through into chat. I have no idea why. Just want you to know that. Our case is going up in fucking smoke, by the way. My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you... Oh, fuck, if you please. Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men. All for one now. Guilty. Sir.
Guilty.
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 I don't even know if I could have another summation examination. That'd be the third one this trial. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. I'm missing some evidence for it. Here's to any attempt you make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Ugh. Ah. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all of it unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Huh? Officer? You've delivered the report now. This will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. That's Sholmes? Am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes? What? What is the meaning of this? Yeah, no shit. Order for sure. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. Fucking out of nowhere. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me... In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Dude, let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just for a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right? Right. Modesty. Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? Yeah, I don't want... I swear to God, if Sholmes dies in the fucking courtroom, dude... If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by any means, both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you would be given this small parcel. Those are the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san? Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made! Ah. Hey, what? How's that gonna help me? Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. You can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did you say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windobanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. No, not at all cryptic. Susato-san used this cat flapomat that night, but why? Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you all for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend would consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... As soon as I heard that, I realized something. Do you guys spot it? Can I pop the prince in here? No? Damn. Well, I'm gonna... I think I didn't get... You didn't get it, huh? Okay. Look at the door real quick. You see something about the door that's missing? Now do you see it? Yeah. A flap. Guess what can make a flap? The cat flapomat. So between 1 and 1:30 a.m., someone made a fucking cat flap. Guess who did it? Susato. Wow! Whoa, these vicious teeth looks like I could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts on the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make a mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say that it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat Flapamat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Wagaha is so adorable, there's nothing I want to do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Oh my god, I mean with teeth like that, that's pretty much a sawmill. It takes way longer than 30 minutes to clean blood and hide a body. Yup. Yup. But here's the thing. Do I do a summation examination, or do I do a cross-examination? The examination would do nothing. It would only serve to buy me like no time. Yeah, they've done their part. So I gotta do some cross-examination. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that their rather important details escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then. If Reno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. Now this is a bride to turnabout moment. Yeah, it's you get one chance, that's it. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. Wait, what? I leave this in your capable hands. What? Mr. Sholmes! Stands so insuculently before the court in the state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Jesus Christ. If you had one shot, one opportunity, would you catch or let slip? It's an interesting song there. Well then, Council, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Suzato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. The moment of the shooting again. Oh! This background song, though. Perceived the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee safely. Saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl, and she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. There's two different statements I could pick. There's, this one. And this one. Actually, the lyrics of the music was supposed to be, if you had one shot or one opportunity to seize everything you'd ever wanted in one mode, which captured or just let it slip. What song is that? Eminem? Yeah, I don't listen to Eminem for all that much. Alright, which one do I pick? Don't judge. Oh, I'm not judging about Eminem, I just never really listened to Eminem all that much. Like, the only songs of Eminem I specifically remember ever listening to were, Rap God and, something else. I don't remember the name of the other one. Slim Shady, that one, the real Slim Shady. Those are the only two songs I remember right now off the top of my head. I don't know which one to pick. I don't like when there's two different good choices, but they both make sense. I mean, you guys are the only people I heard saying that don't know Eminem music, so at least some of the most famous. Yeah, I'm bad about listening to AAA music. See, this one I believe. The last one, though, I don't believe.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? Oh, it's my cat Flap-A-Mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid to fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door, I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there is a peephole in the door. I said so as much in my testimony, or as much as my testimony. How else could I have witnessed a crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
Yep, that's where the objection comes in. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to have to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! 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 Is there any credence to this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second! I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy! Hooey! Time for dinner! When did she... Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flap in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that peephole in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flap-a-match creates are all at a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match. She's getting beat up by a 10-year-old. She just vandalized the historic courthouse. Yeah, I was not expecting you to do that, Iris. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant's already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device, but now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Ugh. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amount to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Only we had a picture to show. Indeed that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, don't give up now, Reno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Suzato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. The greatest technician that ever lived. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windabank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Yeah. Hey, not bad.
Take that!
Game died for a minute? Oh, it's still dying. God damn it. Why now? Okay. We wait. We wait, because there's no reason to rush. Yeah, I saw my, funny enough, I've only lost 0.6% frames, so it's not horrible losses right now. However, I am having a problem. I'm losing frames. I'm gonna go pee then. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. My cat is currently sleeping on my body pillow. I looked at her for a second like, why are you sleeping on my body pillow for? Must be comfy, I guess. I mean, it is comfy. I know for a fact it's comfy, but I didn't think she'd find it comfy enough to sleep directly on it. Alright, we just presented the photograph. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Uzato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And that necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments before the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But no more to the point, but more to the point. It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ah! Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Ooh. Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claims beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know now beyond all reasonable doubts. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. You're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Wouldn't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statement. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... You fucking dumbass. You fucking dumbass. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Good job figuring it out, man! Good job figuring it out! Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pond articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock to shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that it exists, its existence forms the basis of your testimony, is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Whoops cubed. And yet the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station to put in my report. Really nothing more I can add to this testimony if that's all the same to you. No. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
This was why Gregson wants to get out. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is this person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to felicitate his testimony? Well, there's only one guy. So much YouTube lag on my end. Sorry to say, but thankfully it's not me. I have only 0.7% frames dropped so far. And there's no other way it can't be. Restart the stream. Yeah, refresh the stream.
Take that!
Truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during the 1-hour-long recess. But the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case, had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions could possibly have occurred, except there was one moment. Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of a secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind, and it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of mouth. How do you pronounce that word? Uh-oh. Doing this is dumb. This is gonna cause the stream to have some drops.
Malfeasance.
Malfeasance? That's a word I've never had to ever say. But it's considered wrongdoing. It would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations in this Nipponi is the Nipponi student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. It's weird I was right on how to spell it. That I was right. Hey, don't worry, you're right. You're always right, Zarek. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be... Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? You know, I still haven't yet to ever use this as, I haven't had to use this manuscript for fucking anything yet. It doesn't have anything on it. That's the funny part. The only thing that makes sense is the music disc.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working in another very important case? What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial that the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possessions are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for the details of the case. You little... Ah! That's a different song. Order! 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 On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much, so hand it over. No, don't give it to him, it's mine, that is, mine! I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. The pursuit theme? Oh man, that's a good pursuit theme. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right, that Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Oh, Gregson, you are
Objection.
dumb. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc, as we speak here, is in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Ah, yeah, Matt. The short one has been on a crate the entire time. It's so cute, though. Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes.
The defense demands that the inspector search it once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Grexy hasn't moved to the witness stand since then. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? Gonna agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Oh yeah, it's definitely serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runa because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's, personal effects? I would say someone else, personally speaking. Oh yeah, I was gonna save anyway. It's just that it's such a weird spot to be, It's weird. But I don't... If the inspector was so... There's two instances of what he did weird. The first instance would be that one of the two, be it Graydon or Sholmes, I'm sorry, not Sholmes, Gregson, would have the disc, right? The alternative situation is, because Gregson was shaking the ever-loving fuck out of one of the Skulkin brothers, it's possible one of the Skulkin brothers has it. It's like he knew that was going to happen. Yes, the defense formally demands a search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nippani stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. Got nothing to hide. Very well, then. Wait, did I pick the wrong option, or did it pick the right option for me? Oh, there it is. What was that slap? The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, no, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Oh? Reno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in all of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? Him.
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh? Blimey! Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. What? Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard has to object to this search. No, you can't. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Arrgh! Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Ah, here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. I fucking can't believe it. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. What? Oh, the pieces are all here. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. It is not. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ah! Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Corruption everywhere, right? You'd almost think this is trying to show off something in real life. Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. Thought me dog was gonna fall off clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like and started shaking me. Why the blaze didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. Got it right down my ear, oh he did. Me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been, then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it? You. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean you only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Of course he won't. Why would he? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to that inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective, all of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. Phew. Oh my god, this guy is never giving up. Never gonna give him up. Never gonna let myself down. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. I did not know you can put ness at the end of tumultuous. They're really about to get away with it. They really are trying really hard to get away with it. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are going to believe Gregson if they declare the decision now. Jimmy gonna be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty. There's no choice then, Reno. You have to throw some evidence at them. I was gonna say, we gotta play both the discs. Who do I present evidence? Gregson or Graydon? Proof that Graydon killed Windibank, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. I don't know. I literally don't know. Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him admitted to the deal he clearly struck on the stand.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box, Counsel? Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Counsel? No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why. Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sound heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting that whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason! Then do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad! If you let that secret information out of the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court. And all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Zeke's over here just chilling. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense's stance here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music box and set in operation once more. Oh. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that! It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code! Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut the bloomin' box up! Oh, man. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer says. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade I suggest you accept? Or information that will make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that, yet you still revealed those details to felicitate the witness's perjury. I did. Then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, and if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape to the conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You! Oh, traitor! Jesus fucking Christ. Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! That's it, then. It's all over. Oh my god, dude. He went off the fucking deep end! I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they have had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself. One day escaped from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. Then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. And one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with acquired talent, so you are. Money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. Jeez. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crimes you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable, by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slum 10 years ago. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. Got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box disc, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. He brought the score of me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Phew, jeez, okay then. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? So he was the one who killed McGilded then. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in this trial. Crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had already barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background that it all had to it all. I've made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day, damn, was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Gonna examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. And he died for it. That policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. An imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie on their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Jesus fucking Christ. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago, clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box needed to play them. Wow, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you. 10 guineas for you, young man. Well, what's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. Put a jewel in pawn for you, it'll fetch you a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so, well, I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at the Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar, anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in the pocket. And the all-important music disc with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector! You recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. with the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I had located the music box I sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! A gunshot rang out of the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I'd decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. So he was the gun. Yup, bang. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. He admits that, at least. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You're not wrong. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Zarek, say pussy. Say it. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. Shit, right? However, it would seem that we have last arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. Crime is a serious one, Inspector. And inexcusable. Oh my god, a criminal that didn't mean to kill one guy. Kinda feel sorry for him. Bad place, bad time for everything. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Man, she's gonna go down for perjury. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Deb Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. This last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Wow, you're off the hook for murder. You're not off the hook for perjury. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Caesar was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windobank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jenny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. Prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire court. Ah! Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point... Isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of 2 different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? What? That was the weak... My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain minister secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets for enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man is admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really gonna bother me. I wonder when the music box will show up again. No way. It would. You don't. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, me lord. That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Good advice. Oh, no, Zyrek, I was still reading the game. No, what I think with that music disc, it could be a cipher. If it doesn't sound like Morse code, the Morse code could translate into a cipher, then you need to break that cipher before you see the, whatever the message is, right? McGild is not stupid. He's definitely not stupid. He would have done something. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Graydon and McGilded are not stupid. Clearly, if they managed to escape the crime for this long. So there has to be something more of those music discs that we don't know about yet. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windebake, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Ah. I did some kind of thing like that before too, by the way. Oh no, I believe it. Especially because when you look at the internet and it's all this different, I didn't know her gun was a firework gun. What the fuck? But yeah, you could do a lot of fun stuff with ciphers. But I would never begin to understand it. That is all. Court is adjourned. Oh man, that was long as fuck. Hi, we're still here? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nepalese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. The lock soars with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nepalese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of a man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement for service 5 years ago, gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. That's another glass broken. So farewell, my learned Nepalese fellow, until we meet again. Nah, the fireworks in court are fine. Christ almighty, though, that was one hell of a case. The amount of... I only had 2 lives left with the, with that one. The Old Bailey, 5:24 p.m. Technically, that's 3 hours back for me. Because it's 8:24 p.m. right now. It's done. It's over at last. But... where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina! I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara Oda. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as good as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? Wait until we get to case 5 of the second game. That one's even more wild. Oh, Jesus. Will I... do you think I'll game... do you think I will game over in that case? No one ever has before, see? Kept the promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. What are you guys laughing about? I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make it a fat-o sense of it. Don't make a fat of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. You motherfucking shelves. Case 4 and 5 in the Great Ace Eternity are wild. Well, like I asked, am I gonna game over in those cases? But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said, when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Probably. Damn. Ah, Mr. Sholmes! Ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along. You see? The other guard's just looking at him. I'd have seemed to have been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. You're not supposed to escape the hospital. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. I love that the other guard was looking at it. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, I have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Is anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he's working with winds up dead anyway? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. And as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational dribble myself. Gina'll be fine. Yeah, well, don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah. Him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Nah, she's not gonna get killed, Bomb. She'll be fine. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildids of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi! Just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. It's the first time she's... Please... Wow, there you... There you are, Hurley! How long have you been there? How long have you been here? I love when Shums falls. It's such a funny animation. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch! Anyway, it's such a shame. Was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter's stuff, what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically, being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. Sholmes was destroyed. Abso-fucking-lutely he was destroyed. Poor guy was like... This is what I mean, man. Iris really knows how to put people in their place. Or in their place. She's only 10 years old. Still, it has me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. 10-year-old mom. Ah, GG. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. And I'm sure you can do it. I wonder what she would do, though. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, man. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo? Yes? What are you doing? What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Aw. Thank you for everything what you done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I ever see her again. Oh, well, quite the indomitable pig purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? Should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Ugh, not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. Oh. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The Great Detective does it again. Yeah, I thought she's been gone this entire time already. I didn't think she was still here. I happen to be aware of a number of the Whale Transport Director's foibles. What? Merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. Damn, 5:32 a.m.? Port of Dover, Quayside? That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look. It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? Came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? Throw it at us instead. Yes, throw the book at us instead, whatever that book is. It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you're about to throw into the sea was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner for, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Reno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it'd be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? Then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windabank's shop a bit later that night. I see. And then... Yeah, that I just heard. Did you hear that, by the way? The glass shattering? Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flap-o-mat to make that peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print on the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Oh, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. Thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windabank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather large, ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time that what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. It really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fella, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. Miss Uzado decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Uzado? The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. The moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't compared to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not sure at all that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Zada, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, for my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrange's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on in my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds of the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher, written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Eh? Ah. So... E? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. We don't have his name here. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box, huh? She transcribed it on the fly? What? How the fuck? I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it for their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? Oh, God. And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, could you let me see that? Mr. Zato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. How do you know this by plot? Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Suzato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi Kazuma. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A Shin. Shin. I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And that's his name in the secret government communication as well? What's going on? And the last name... What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. That's Iris's father. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. 2 people on the list are dead, yeah. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Reno come from? Oh, well... She doesn't know. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. She's gonna find out eventually, though. It's so strange, somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windabank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susanoo takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe... No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Titanic. God, I hope not. Is that an Ace Attorney reference? I mean, I bet it better be. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and now it was all your fault. It was all your fault. What the fuck? You just threw me under the bus? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? Huh? Aw. It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. I must really say, objection! Oh, that's a good one right there. That's a good one. Oh my god. That was one hell of a case, and it's gonna get even more crazy on the next version, or the part 2. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. So he made money. So he made a whole bunch of money then from the shit he bought. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. And when I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. Some dry toast and insipid coffee. Do miss Susan and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Good game, by the way. Very fun Ace Attorney game for sure. I forgot about Pain. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly! Rarely do Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, Idonosa knows his father's an innocent man. Are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. I don't even remember. Did we ever go back to Japan to do a case? Bomb? I also forgot about him. I haven't delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai. I laid low on the whatever. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair! Forgot about Soseki as well. Play the second game and you'll see. Aw, man. I guess that'll be a next week thing then. Mr. Strongheart, scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Play the third game and you beat your head against the wall. There's no third game, though. At least for 8 Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. As far as I know. However, the latest Rants magazine is out in a minute again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Huh. Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame. I guess I'll just say you play as 2 different people in the second game. You swap protagonists. Oh! Kind of like how they made us swap between Phoenix Wright one time, and then they swapped us to Edgeworth when Phoenix was in the hospital. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Too bad I didn't voice act this, like, last bit. Oh well. I don't usually expect voice acting from, My Rolly is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting the small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners. They're dropped pennies on my head to my lovely wife. Ugh. 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 Too much in love, dude. Too much in love. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. That Iris comes every day for a natter. It ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. They are. Why I wanted to be a part of jury duty, but I never got to be a part of the jury duty because they dismissed me. That was the most depressing thing that happened. I got called for jury duty, and then they dismissed me, and nothing happened. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Give over, bro. This ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right? 3 Muska Whatsits. Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. My fucking god. These guys could also be JoJo antagonists or protagonists. I don't know where you want to put them. Past 6 months have been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters, I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Sounds like his name with the 4 different pro tags. Ace Attorney, Apollo Justice Trilogy. I like the Apollo Justice Trilogy too, but I never got to play it myself personally. That's a nice picture right there, though. Hmm? Wow, what a set of credits, dude. It's a real goddamn shame that Cosmo never got to stick around, though. I used to own it for free on my Xbox, but shit happened and now it costs $50. Ew. I don't even know if I still have my other Ace Attorney cartridges anywhere. I might still have them somewhere, but I don't remember where I put them. The only place they could be are within like one of these 3 boxes. 4 boxes. 5 boxes. Sorry, 5 boxes that I have here on my, one of my shelves. It might be in there. Might. But that's only Ace Attorney 1, 2, and 3. So, Ace Attorney, because it doesn't have a title on it. Justice for All, and Trials and Tribulations. Those are the only ones I have. I never got Apollo Justice. I never got the Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney. Like, I was forced to watch Apollo Justice and Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney. Hey, Cosmo's gone. I was forced to watch them on YouTube, though. That's the only reason I know about their stories by a little bit. I just now noticed, why is your head being abused by a small chippy? Because it's important for Bibu to keep hitting my head. Yeah, Kazuma stopped walking because his journey ended at the ship. By far the most depressing fucking thing that happened, though. And we also have Mr. McGilded here. It is... How deep does the McGilded story go, man? I get the feeling we're gonna hear about him in the second Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I don't know about that. And that's only because it was 2 months later he was dead and his case was still relevant. It'll come up, but it wouldn't be as big. See? This is perfect. This right here is perfect. We found the Beatles again. Guys, we found the Beatles. It's Mr. Naruhodo, Detective Sholmes, Miss Suzato, and Iris. There you go. We found our Beatles. The posing, man. The fucking posing. Tina, you gonna follow behind? Nope. Honestly, I was not expecting case... Okay. I was not expecting the McGilded case to link to case 5 and go so fucking deep, okay? That's like the last thing you'd expect to consider. Like, Government secrets being leaked? Holy shit, dude. And now all we know with the government secrets being leaked are the, Aw. The only thing we know about the 4 names, with 2 of the 4 names in that list being people who are dead already. So man, definitely next week, on Saturday, we are definitely diving into Great Ace Attorney 2. No way we're not doing that. I gotta know more, man. I gotta know more. For completion of episode 5 of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Take it easy, Matt. Good night to you. Oh, and the background changed here too. So what happens when I push continue? Nothing. Alright, alright. Alright, so next week we will tackle the Great Ace Attorney 2. Resolve, interestingly enough, is the name of the title. May head to sleep, love being able to catch your streams, and I appreciate you being here, Matt. Have a good rest, dude. Make sure you get as much rest as you can. But yeah, as I was saying, next week we will tackle this. I like how now these Ace Attorney streams are managing to reach up to 5 hours. Wasn't yesterday's stream also like 5 hours plus? My voice is getting stronger, maybe. It was, damn. I guess we'll see how much I can handle. What is it? Next time, play it. 1 investigation and 2 trials, and this was just 2 trials. Yeah, well, the 2 trials lasted 5 hours. This game does not fuck around when it comes to how long it is, though. Because that's just the 1 investigation, 2 trials, plus another 2 trials ends up being 10, 11 hours almost. That's not even including the other 2, the other 3 investigations we went through. That's a really good length. Capcom, you did good. You did good. It's just a goddamn shame you insist on giving everyone that shitty whatever it is called. In case 5 is just a trial. Oh man, okay. Yeah, we'll tackle it next week then. For now, I'm done for the day. Oh, these are all the accolades here refer to the next bunch of cases. I'm not going to look at them, though. I'm not going to look at them. I see that the art here is trying to get Phoenix right a little bit. Steampunk. Oh, so that's the look that they were thinking about originally, but is so much different than what was here. Jesus fucking hell. Man, the concept art is super different, right? It's got the same, like, features going, but my god, they were very different early in. Too bad we don't have much on well, actually, we have old art of Kazuma, who has glasses this time. It's more like a Sasuke kind of look. What the fuck is that look? Man, he had a lot of concepts. I'm kind of glad they settled on this one, though. Yeah, okay, we're done there. I'm not gonna look at more of that, because that could potentially be, maybe spoilers. In the DLC, you play as Kazuma. Huh. But it's not in this version. Hmm. Well, I got the Steam version, so whatever, it's fine. Oh. Oh god, I'm starting to yawn a lot. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and end it here. I thank you all for watching and joining me on the crazy adventures of the first great Ace Attorney game. We'll do the second one next week. And, God! Come join the Discord server. There's a link in the description in case you want to chat with the community. The community. Also, subscribe if you're watching the VOD, because I appreciate that part. And, I guess you could follow on Twitter, though I really don't like Twitter all that much. Maybe I should just say follow Blue Sky or something? I don't know. Don't even have Blue Sky. Anyway, that's all I got. Scheduled to be released whenever the bloody hell I feel like it. Alright, with that, I wish everyone a good morning, a good afternoon, a good evening, and a good night. And don't forget to do a bunch of objections in the well, when you're awake or going to sleep or whatever. Objection! Good night! Bye-bye!